ちゃいよ。ほら、どんどん食うんだよ。お前もだ、俺食えよ。ほら。
やめてください。
なんだ、お前もか。ほら、食えよ。食ったらどうだよ。
Transporter breakdown, sir. Continue circuit testing. We beamed up this animal.
Charlie, what's wrong?
They are still coming through. This is impossible.
It's working! It's working!
They've gone up the ventilation shaft.
Anakin, Chancellor Palpatine is evil! From my point of view, the Jedi are evil. Well, then you are lost! It's over, Anakin! I have the high ground! You underestimate my power! Don't try it!
His whole family's here today to cheer him on. We understand Mrs. Terrell just got out of the hospital, so we wish her and her family the best of luck today.
Hello there.
General Kenobi.
Wait a minute. How did this happen? We're smarter than this.
Apparently not.
She can't do that. Shoot her or something.
This is getting out of hand. Now there are two of them.
Are you an angel?
What?
An angel. I heard the deep space pilots talk about them. They're the most beautiful creatures in the universe.
What's that? It's blowing up from the inside.
Now this is pod racing.
I have brought peace, freedom, justice, and security to my new empire.
Your new empire?
If you're not with me, then you're my enemy.
Only a Sith deals in absolutes.
This is where the fun begins.
X ライダー。俺の負けだ。君は良きライバルであり好敵手だった。最後の握手を。アポロがイスト。私も敵に回すのが惜しかった。さあ。アーム爆弾で一緒にしねえ。離れない。
敵だなてめえ。何？敵か敵か敵か敵か敵かだ。
待て、ナルンちゃん、ミスター。こいつは敵ではないようだ。気絶してやがる。ただの罪のない一般人だぜ、こりゃ。
The following is a fan-based parody. My Hero Academia is owned by Koei, Viz Media, and Shonen Jump, and a bunch of other guys. Please support the official release.
I died in this game.
Okay, so... Wait. It says... Wait. I'm seeing levels. Can you guys hear me now? What? Wait. Why is it working now? I'm seeing levels. Okay, so... Wait. It says... Wait. I'm seeing levels. What? I'm so confused. There goes my... Oh my god, he's jumping so high. Why are you jumping so high? Okay. It doesn't need to be... Okay. We don't need to be jumping for joy like that. Okay. We can... Alright. Hold on. Okay. Whoa. No jump. Okay. Easy. Easy there. Whoa. Easy. Easy jump. Easy. Alright, one sec. I don't need to be lifting into the stratosphere. Why am I jumping so high? I don't understand. Bounce force is like... Man, bounce force was high. Okay, that's better. Jeez. I was leaping. I was going. Alright. Well, that was an adventure. Anyways, I attempted to start the stream early because I saw some blasphemy in chat. I saw a certain someone, Psyduck, say, "Is that Power Rangers?" to Kamen Rider. And I thought I had to set some shit straight. That's a Kamen Rider. Kamen Rider is Kamen Rider. But yeah, that's literally all I wanted to say. Hungry Psyduck. It's Kamen Rider. But yeah. So it's Writing Sprints Day. So we're gonna play some music. Hopefully this doesn't fuck everything up again. Okay. We're good. What's weird is that I don't have a mic capture anymore. I'm going to try to add it again. Hopefully it just works. Did it work? It did. Cool. We're good. That's all we wanted. And this, the music can... Was gonna stream some writing today, but your girl has no internet. Dude. That... I feel that emotionally. So I'm using data. Oops. Dude, literally, back, like, 2 apartments ago, when I first started streaming, back when I was a little face cam streamer, here, I'll get my display capture up. I literally, there was a period where I would do 2-hour streams, and I would use my unlimited data hotspot for my streams. And I was like, I got the best internet, but only for 2 hours. If I go over 2 hours, I'm fucked. And so I was like, I gotta make it last, like, as long as humanly fucking possible. Okay. So, it is not, some people can. Some people are just psychopaths and can go straight into writing. I'm not one of those individuals. I like to actually, like, get my brain working. Sometimes I do Sudoku, seppuku, whatever you like to call it. I like to have my morning coffee and get some commentary. If I do a lot of thinking, it allows me to do just I don't know, better writing, I guess. So I'm doing the Daily Scrandle. So this game, basically, you choose which food looks better. And since I like food, I like this game. What's this? At least I can stop procrastinating sending out my wedding invites. So I'm working on that while I watch. Yeah. Dude, like, the best thing about sending out a wedding invite, like, I'm assuming that, like, with wedding invites, you can just, like, you can just cover all your bases, right? Like, with a wedding invite, anyone that wedding invite is like, no, because then, like, it's dangerous. Sending someone a wedding invite is like handing someone a loaded gun, right? Because, like, you don't know how people will act at parties. So, like, yeah, you're handing little Jimothy a wedding invite, and he's like, yeah, I like to sit at the party and eat ice in the corner. Right, and then, like, but then, like, his brother, like, Timantha, likes to draw on walls and assault, like, just punch people, right? Like, you don't know that. So it's like, oh, I invited this person, but their +1 is an actual monster. Like, yeah, there quite a few people I haven't met in person yet, because they're sending, I'm sending it to a long-standing online friend, so it's a gamble. Dude, literally, even with, like, real-life people, sometimes I actually feel like it's safer sending it to online friends than to real-life friends, because online friends are like, I gotta be on my best behavior. I guess it's like, it's a double-edged sword, because it's like, I gotta be on my best behavior, I don't really know this person, and this is my first time meeting him, but also it's like, I don't know this person, I can do whatever the fuck I want. But like, even at my sister's wedding, like, my brother-in-law, his own brother was, like, acting up at their fucking wedding. So it's like, literally family. Sometimes family is your ops. So it's like, literally, I don't know. What I'm gonna say is, the only thing you can control is yourself. Not even your spouse, not even the person you're with, not even your dogs, right? Like, just yourself. So, like, the day of the wedding, here's the thing. Even wedding invites, even invitations in general, you can format the invitation perfectly. That doesn't mean it's gonna print right. So, sometimes you just got, it's gonna be like, hey, it's gonna turn out how it's gonna turn out. I'm gonna do my best, and that's gonna be enough. Right? Yes. But yeah. But I'm sure it's gonna be beautiful, and I'm sure everyone's gonna have so much fun. And I'm gonna take this line from something I like, and I've heard it from a couple of different works, but the worst thing you can do is make someone feel unwanted or unloved, right? And so, especially in a wedding, a union of two people, regardless of religion, affiliations, any kind of devil pacts and unions, it's about union of two families, two people. And a lot of people like to have protag syndrome and can't put others before themselves. So what your job is to do is to say, fuck you. Today is about me, which for me is so hard. I always put others before myself. Literally, if I was dying on the ground, I'd be like, are you okay? You good? Do you need help? But, like, So literally, sometimes you just gotta worry about yourself, you know. But yeah, okay. I've been looking at this. This meat in the bun looks disgusting. I've been like every so often I've been looking at this thing, and I don't know what kind of meat this is, but I feel like I'm going to bite into it and it's going to be spam. Like this kind of like spam. Like okay, it kind of looks like pork belly a little bit because like there's like this onion underneath. But like I've been every time I look at it, I think it's a different kind of meat because like this kind of looks like bacon, but then there's like this kind of like tomato texture underneath. And every time I look at it, it's like I'm thinking of this wedding and everything. But then like Victoria, like this is a okay. So this is the Czech Republic. Okay, I've been to the Czech Republic. Beautiful place. One of the favorite places I've ever been. This wasn't there when I was there. We did not cross paths, me and this. TBH, a few of my friends are really showing their priorities and what their priorities are. And I've lost like 3 friends over the past year due to my wedding prep. 2 of them being in my wedding party and are not now. And it's a big mess now. Also, that meat looks gross. Yeah, dude, literally, yeah. But that's what I mean. Like, you can plan for your wedding, right? And people will still find a way to make it about you. And it's like, even for, like, coming of age parties, for, like, natives, we have coming of age parties. For Hispanic people, you know, we got quinceañeras and stuff. But even for those, like, we have courts, for weddings, you have, like, wedding parties and stuff. But, like, you are in, for all intents and purposes, you are doing a play. You are in a musical. You are playing a role. You are an actor. You are an actor, right? Like, that is your job. It is not about you, right? You are there for the love of the game. You are there because someone is your friend and someone's like, hey, can you do me a solid and be there for me for one day? Can you take time out of your day, remember remember a schedule, and then do this for me? Please? Can you put someone else before yourself? Because I care about you enough to make a lifelong memory in my mind of you. And then people will still be like, no. I know this is going to be one of the most important memories of your life, but I want it to be more important for me. This is your memory, but what about me? I'm picking the prawns. Please and thank you. Boscadillo. Or a butcher's. This looks so wet. Why is this so wet? But yeah, no. So like when it comes to like weddings and stuff like that, that's literally like, I think that is kind of like my thought process is like, bro, that is literally what you do. But it's also like, I feel like that's also the thought process for like parents also. It's like with your kids and stuff, like, yeah, I think like they're like, of course, don't get taken advantage of and stuff like that, but like also you need to be there for your kids. But like it's just like sometimes people don't know when to be selfless. But empathy is hard. Everybody is raised differently, but also like you mentioned, you like writing, and one interesting like character trait is can literally just be how someone was talked to when they were raised, right? And so like being talked at and being talked to are 2 completely different things, and it can change how a person perceives other people and how they make friends, which is really interesting. So like if someone was told hey, like if your parent sees you on the couch watching TV and I'm getting there. I'm getting there, Shin. Don't worry. I'm getting there, Shin. Hi, Shin. Hope you're doing good. But if your parent sees you sitting there on the sitting there watching TV and says, what are you doing? Right? It'll put, OMG, don't get me started, LMAO. My mom's not going to be allowed at my wedding, and we're worried about my fiance's dad coming. just mount snipers at all the entrances with laser sights. And then have them have like tranquilizer darts. That'll stop them. Oh no, you're fine. This is literally the point of the stream. This is gonna be like a several-hour stream. You're good. You're good. You're good. But no. So like, but this is also like the point of this early part is to get my brain working. But no. So like, a parent comes out and talks to their kid who's sitting on a couch and says, "Hey, what are you doing?" Right? And the kid gets on the defenses and says like, "Oh, I'm watching TV. Like I'm watching. I just did this and this. I'm watching TV." And the parent was just like, "Oh, what is the kid doing?" Right? But the way they worded it was, "Hey, what are you doing?" Right? An aggressive way, provoking a response, which the kid has to like defend themselves. Otherwise, there's another parent who says, "Oh, hey, what are you doing?" And the kid's like, "Oh, I'm just watching TV." Right? And so, in one instant, one kid feels like they have to defend themselves. Another instant, kid doesn't feel they have to defend themselves. You do that over and over and over again, and the one kid is going to build up natural stress and is going to develop psychology that can make it difficult to trust in certain instances, which is really interesting. I was watching this like 2-hour-long documentary where they were examining the way that parents interacted with their kids and punished their kids, spoke with their kids and everything, and how that affected the way that kids made friends, spoke to people, made social changes, social cues and everything, or even the way they spoke. The way that you talk is just literally is influenced by the way your parent just asked you to make a sandwich. It's crazy. Literally crazy. But yeah. This looks too wet. I'm going with this. Apparently I'm stupid. Okay, do I want fish chips and battered sausage or Negra Modelo? Michelle Ada. I don't know what that is. So it's an alcohol. It's an alcohol, that's for sure. It's a Modelo. Yep. It looks like there's a rim on it. I don't know what that is. I'm gonna go fish and chips. A Boiga with Coke or pulled pork topped hot dog. A Norwegian burger or an English hot dog. I don't know what feels worse. So, like, hot dogs are supposed to be, like, American or at the very least German, right? Like a German schnitzel. Or, like, but a Norwegian burger. I don't know. A Norway burger. You want a Norway burger? A Norway burger and Coke. I don't know how I feel about that. That does look like a Norwegian burger. Like, the lettuce is outside the burger for some reason. I'm going to go with the English pulled pork topped hot dog. And here we have the cottage pie in England. Lobster steak, chicken tender salad. Yeah. Duh. You kidding me? Chips and gravy or ham, mushroom, and salami salad. Easy. Easy. Steak, Pie, mash. Okay, I don't even have to look at what the other thing is. That looks like what started ice. Hold on. I'm gonna end stream. I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like what this looks like. I don't like what this stands for. Where is this from? Bali? India? Is this a joke? Is this a joke? Shin, thank you. Sorry. Shin, thank you so much for the 7. Oh my god. Yeah, it's an I guess you could call that an ice cream sandwich. I guess you could fucking call that. I guess you could call that an ice cream sandwich. That is ice cream on bread. That is ice cream on bread. That is not an ice cream sandwich. That is ice cream on bread. Why is the dog so long? That is what Shadow is worried about. Shadow does not give a fuck about this fucking ice cream on bread. They could be they've been in war before. They've seen worse. They've seen legs amputated in real life in front of their eyes. They want to know why this dog, why is it in a hamburger bun? Who put it in a hamburger bun? My poor lactose gluten intolerance would die with that. God damn it. This literally is engineered to kill Shadow. You would... Okay. Shin, I would not eat those Oreos with ranch, but I would take a bite out of this ice cream sandwich just to see what it tasted like. The reason is because that Oreo and ranch was in someone's house, which means that was a midnight creation of shame. Okay? Someone put ranch dressing on Oreos, and they knew it was an abomination. They knew it was an eldritch creation only hooligans would like. Okay? This ice cream sandwich was sold at an event, which means at least more than one person bought it. Or at least one person bought it. I am cool. I'm just not crazy. I don't know which one to pick. Every time I look at these, I see something more that's wrong. Why is the beer in these, like, serving pitchers? I don't know which one to pick, guys. This is 50 cents. That's such a deal. This is... Like, yes, you're giving me a piece of bread, but at least it's 50 cents. That's such a good deal. For ice cream? Fuck. So we got chicken tenders and fries, or an English hot dog that seems to be found next to a body that was just put in a body bag. It looks like it was, it looks like this body looks, or this hot dog looks like the same color as a dead body. And it literally is, I think that's a body bag over a dead body. I think those are the legs. Yeah, I think these are the legs to a dead body. I think this is like the shin. Not shin. Harag. This is the shin to a leg. And then that's like the boot. Hey, Shadow, it's okay. Apparently dogs are just longer in England. Apparently dogs are shorter than in the United States, and apparently they're longer in Europe. Apparently dogs Dogs be longer in Europe. I don't make the rules. It's just science. Pick the tendies and fries. Only 14. That's funny. A margarita pizza or peas? Roast beef and gravy roll or chicken and chips? Give me my beef and gravy roll. Alright, give me 1 second while I close the door, because it's just swinging open. It's the ghost.
Base a tink, it's just science.
I like how it adds Misa, no matter what. Alright. Next brain game. Rule 34 to higher or lower. We gotta choose who has the most porn. And you best believe it's Bucky Barnes. I was looking at that shit last night. Oh, Blaze the Cat. Come on. Easy. Easy mode. Easy mode. Hunk.
Hello there.
Hello there. Can we talk about how Blaze the Cat has more Rule 34 than a Honkai Star Rail character? Dude, Danganronpa is always going to have more Rule 34 than our League of Legends character. Fight me. The fact that this Pokemon had almost as much as this character saddens me. Yeah, that is a scary amount of porn. Anise, are you fucking kidding me? Oh, it's okay. Well, okay. To be fair, this skin just came out like 2 months ago, and that like, or not even a month. It literally came out a month ago, and it already has 1,000. That's crazy. Gears of War. I would find more Rule 34 from the female main character of Honkai Star Rail than other female main characters. Okay, here's a fun one, guys. Hey, guys, who do you think has more porn? Gears of War franchise with Marcus Phoenix, or the snake Pokemon Arbok from Pokemon? Which one do you guys think has the most porn? I don't know, guys. I think it's Gears of War, but it might be Arbok. His tail looks like a little dick. Oh my god, why? Why? Why does this snake have more porn than... One second. I need a... Hold on, 1 second. I'm making sure you guys can't see what I'm seeing. Hold on. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Oh! It's just as bad as you think. It's just as bad. Okay, we're gonna go Furin. Yeah. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's all Jesse too. It's all Jesse. It's all Arbok and Jesse. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm stun locked right now. I googled it in another window. We're good. Pyro. Why is that so close? Why is that so close? Oh my god, dude. Literally, that stunned me. Okay. It wasn't the amount of the Arbok porn. It was the quality. Like, I'm gonna be honest. I've looked up Rule 34 porn. Okay, I think let's be. I'm not gonna say I haven't. Okay. Sometimes when looking for a character, I'm like, all right, this is like a teenager's wet dreams, like doodles, like their pre-nut jumble of like, I need to get this out. I need to see this in my mind's eye, and they're just drawing, and it looks like their first attempt. Those pictures that I was just assaulted with, those were like Leonardo da Vinci's like Sixtine Chapel. Like, hand to God. The shit that I saw on that was like actual like brushstrokes. Like the amount of art that was on that, like not a single one in the 3 microseconds that I kept that page up and I scanned that entire page with my eyeballs, I was able to see so much genuine art and not a single like low res or like low effort image. It genuinely shocked me. Man, what a day. What a day. We Never Learn. Black Clover. I mean, it's Cyberpunk. I never thought in my life I'd be like, which has more porn, Cyberpunk or Black Clover? Sekiro, are you fucking kidding me? I've actually watched Sekiro. It's a okay anime. Now, gamers, here comes the real question. Do we think Blonde Blazer has more porn than Fire from Splatoon? This is the state of our world. This is what happened when Harambe died. When we shot Harambe, this is the world we decided to live in. Okay? I want you to know. Shin, it really depends. It really depends where that link goes. Oh, if it's a meme, yeah. Oh, for Twitter, formerly known as X, yeah. Wait, does it censor fucking links? Hope I'm not doxing myself right now. If you just want to DM me it. I'm opening Discord right now. Okay. I'm gonna say Fire Emblem. Nope. Okay. Sailor Venus, obviously. That was really close. Oh my god. Yeah, Resident Evil. Okay, cool. We're good. Man, people don't care about the moist criticals. Roserade, obviously. That's really sad. Oh my god. Oh my god. The fact that Sonar has porn. No, literally. Everyone knows that Little Mac has more porn than that character from Bleach. Come on. Who are we kidding? I don't. I don't. I don't want to know. I don't. I don't. I don't. I don't want to know. I'm gonna be honest. I don't want to know. Misa no want to know. Alright, what did Shin send me? Watch, it's gonna say every slur in 5 seconds. It's gonna be that video of the guy being like, I'm going to speedrun every slur. Okay, but like, this actually goes pretty hard though. Oh wait, I actually shouldn't look at the comments on X. That's probably not a good idea. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Meow meow meow. Meow 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 meow. All right, now it's the moment that no one waited for. Time for me to write. Hey. That's racist. You can't call me a monkey. Write Shakespeare. What Shakespeare do you want? Good Shakespeare or bad Shakespeare? I would like to pick up where I left off, please. 1 second while I check my fucking work thing, because apparently we have a... oh, it's just about work sales. Do 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 do. I have so much shit. Okay. Wow. Okay. I think we do this, and then we do this, and then we do this. Okay, and then we do this, There you go. Here, I'll make him bigger just so we have someone to keep us company. I think we also need some like inspiration. So here is a cool little like graphic I made in graphic design. This one says changes here. That's really cool. I'll put that up here too, so that people can look at that. That's really neat. That's a really cool picture. I got oh, I got this really funny picture. This really funny meme. Here, I'll show it to you guys. I got this one. I'm the CEO poop. Bottom text. I'll put that one. Put that one right above him, like he's looking up at it. And then oh, here. I'll put this chair right, like right here. Right? You guys see the chair? You guys see this little chair? And then check this shit out. I know I got Ben on my back. But look at this. It's like he's like in a little directing chair. You guys think of that? I think I don't want to overstimulate everyone. But I feel like we're still missing something. Before it's perfect. You know what I mean? I just can't put my finger on it. Oh, I think it's this one. It's this one. Yeah, having him would be really good. Having him like right there. Sorry, Shadow. Yeah, I'm supposed to be writing, huh? So I'm currently writing. This is an urban fantasy novel. This is an urban fantasy novel that I started writing like way back in high school. I finished it in high school and everything. Yeah. I've just been kind of working on it since. It's really good. I don't like how that cigarette looks, to be honest. We can make it a little bit smaller. But yeah, it's basically like an like coming of age urban fantasy. It has like shonen inspirations. Shonen inspiration to it. the premise is there are 10 Reapers in the world that maintain order, and basically the main character finds out that he is one of them, and he must stop 5 of them who have been corrupted. And yeah, basically, I don't even have the log line. It's funny because like I have the log line for books that like are like completely done, but not for people, or not for the one that's like I'm like literally finishing. I don't like how that looks. Yeah, let's get rid of that. I thought it was a PNG like the other one. But yeah, so basically the main premise is that the main character, it's like a hidden world. He doesn't know that he is special until he does, and then finds out that 5 of the 10 Reapers are evil, or corrupted, I should say. Corruption manifests in different ways to like different people. Just like how evil is different. And yeah. And so he's basically told he has to stop the other 5. But yeah. I'm working on this one. I originally, when I was going to do writing sprints, I was going to switch between this book and another one, but I kind of just want to like knock this one out, especially with how much I've been able to get done, and how many like pages I've been able to get done with like every day I've been able to work on it. But yeah, so about where I'm at right now, what's it called? So about where I'm at right now, the main character, he finds out incredibly early he is not normal. What's it called? That's super interesting. I usually read fantasy myself, but I love urban fantasy and science fiction for games too. I'm a slut for fantasy, not gonna lie, lol. Dude, same. Yeah, so as it starts out, so it basically starts, it has, the themes in this are like very like, there is like magic, and any monsters or like non-humans, mythical creatures, anything that I use, I try to use the origins, like the original creatures for them, while like the original tales, the original descriptions of them, while giving my ownness to them as well. And then I also like it's shonen inspired, so there's huge like fight scenes and stuff. He fights a dragon at one point, but also like the perseverance of like different cultures and ideas, and how like I don't know. I love the idea that like corruption on itself does not equal evilness. So like he has already like, it starts off in like high school, and I was really hesitant about writing like in high school because I know that's just a turnoff for like a lot of people. And it's genuinely some of like my favorite parts of the book, and every time I think about that, I think like, oh, it's gonna be like not fun, or it's not gonna be like interesting or anything. But then like I get like some really fun dialogue. And like here, I'll try to see if I can find there's some like really cute dialogue between like some characters. One of my favorite characters in this, her name is Mariko, and she is a sprite. And you know, and some of the back and forth between them, between these people who have like come together and become friends is really cute, especially because like Abby, who is the daughter of the main character's mentor, she is a vampire. This is like her first year really talking to people. She's really not really been around. So she's kind of new to like social norms and that kind of thing, but also not telling like humans that she's a vampire and that kind of thing, and also like keeping the down low. But she's also not stupid, too. So she talks a little weird, but like also, it, you know, kind of just can be seen as like a formality type thing. Yeah, there's a nostalgia to it too. But yeah, and like with the main character, what's it called? There was. I'm trying to find. I think I literally have to type the word kill to find the dialogue that I'm looking for. For some of her fun dialogue. But yeah, so she has a brother named Kanta who is a warlock. The way that happens is that her mother is also a sprite. Her father is a magical human, so a mage. And so she is a sprite. Her brother is a warlock, a non-magical human, or a magical human, warlock. And yeah. Where is it? Oh, here it is. Yeah, so like here, so like in this scene, they're just talking about like Abby's father. His name is Vladimir Drak, and he's going to somewhere. And they refer to it as the Council of the Night as like a joke, because that's like where the vampires are. And so Mariko kind of says like, "Oh," Mariko smiled and turned to Abby. You can stay at our house if you'd like, since your dad is off to the Council of the Night." Mariko lifted a curtain to mimic a vampire, covering her face with a cloak. Her impression caused Mark and the others, minus Kanta and Brandon, to laugh aloud. "Mari," Kanta hissed, "you can't just invite... We'd love to have you." Hikaru, which is her father, smiled warmly. "I was supposed to check on you anyways. Your father had asked me." "Really?" Abby asked cautiously. "Why would I stay at your home?" "So we can hang out, so someone can watch over you. We can also, like, learn stuff about each other." Mariko was brimming with energy, but also awkwardness. "Oh, like a get-together, one of those American barbecues." Abby smiled, returning Mariko's excitement. You are an American." Michael laughed. "I mean..." Michael started, but got a glare from Dawn. But a glare from Dawn got him to shut up before he could finish. "Well, Mariko," Abby cleared her throat and faced Mariko. "I humbly accept your invitation. Thank you for considering me for such an intimate gathering." Of course, Sire Abby." Mariko saluted the vampire and then bowed graciously. "God, you're embarrassing me, Mari." Her brother sighed. But yeah, so like just that like little thing, like it's just like that little like dynamic of like funness can happen like in the school, but then like when they leave the school, I can do like fae horror, cosmic horror, like I can do like all this fun stuff. And then like yeah, I don't know. There's just like so much fun that you can do while you're in the school. Like the tone shifts too, and then like when the trouble comes to the school and they're literally fighting like a Native American ghost witch. Two of his friends have to fight that, and I can turn the shift of that fight into like a psychological horror slasher fight, and it's like, it's just so much fun. I just realized that wasn't written. Yeah, no, Mariko's great, and then like the thing is too, like when and this also shows your like maturity of the writer. When I first started writing this, she was a love interest for the main character, as was like two other characters, and then when as the story developed, I was like, no, like she is just a good friend to him, and eventually she is just like a sister to him, and like genuinely that is their relationship, and she's just a good friend to him. And like now, like as a writer, to like to see her, like genuinely that is kind of how I see her, as like a sister of like, oh my god, like I love Mariko. And yeah, and even like with the romances of this, it's funny too, because like when I was first writing it and everything, of like getting into anime and like having watched like harem anime and like all this stuff of like, oh, what if there's like more than one choice of like romance and stuff, and then as you mature and get into relationships, you get out of relationships, and it's like, no. What if instead one is a failed relationship and the other is a relationship that isn't quite matured yet, and you can kind of, yeah, I don't know, again, like I think with books, people always say like, oh no, I've been working on a book for 10 years, but like also too, you've been alive for 10 years too. You've matured for 10 years. 10 years have changed. You've changed for 10 years, and the book's gonna change for 10 years. In 10 years, have you entered a relationship? Have you gotten out of a relationship? Have things have changed between you and your parents? For instance, the relationship between Mark and his father, Virgil, is a cornerstone in this book. And in the early chapters, they talk about the fact that, and it's not even a spoiler, but like Mark is not Virgil's biological son, and Mark feels like it because his father does not treat him the best. He's verbally abusive, at times physically abusive, and just is disappointed in his son, and like he doesn't feel like, oh, I don't feel like I'm my father's son. And when that is confirmed for him, it is depressing and it sucks, and he feels like he doesn't have a family, so he finds a family in his friends, and his father has to reaffirm him, you're not my biological son, but you are my son, and I want you to be my son. I haven't been the perfect father. I've been a shit father, but I'm going to try to be a better father. We haven't had the best relationship, but we're going to try to have a better relationship. And I think that is what relationships really are, because like my relationship with my father was literally the same. He was verbally abusive, he was physically abusive, and I eventually forgave him for that. Do I still have that trauma? Yeah. Is that trauma ever gonna go away? Probably not. But we can both acknowledge, hey, that was not cool, but we can both also acknowledge that he's an important person in my life and we can move forward from that, and that he acknowledged not a good thing to do. But also with like Mark's father, it's a cornerstone of his personality, and it's something he comes back to. And when he comes back to it, it puts Mark in in a similar place as well. But yeah, I don't know. Yes, the main trilogy I am writing, I got the idea when I'm 15. I'm 30 years old, and I've been working on it and world building since I took breaks. Yeah, that's what I mean, though. And this book is supposed to be 5 books. It's probably not gonna be 5 books. It's probably gonna be like 3 or 4. But like, yeah, like that's what I mean, though. Is that like, and the thing is with his father. Once they leave the school, which is like in chapter 10 out of like 30, right? Once they leave the school, he leaves with his mentor and his father. And his father is condescending as fuck. And like the kind of shit his father says is the shit his father is the shit my dad said to me. And when I told my friend, like, some of the lines, they were like, that's kind of harsh. I was like, that is literally what my dad would say to me. But I feel like it's necessary to have in there. Like, and it's just like, yeah, I don't know. It's the way you talk to someone. And sometimes you don't even realize you're talking to someone like that. But that's the thing with Virgil. It's he loves his son, but sometimes he doesn't even realize he's being an asshole. Because he's an asshole. Right? And then, like, when Mark says something smart, his father literally says, oh, that's one way to put it. You know? And then, like, Vlad has to literally be like, don't say that. Like, why'd you say it like that? And Virgil's like, what are you talking about? I was saying, like, yeah, he's right. And he's like, no, you're being condescending. Okay, Shin. Yeah, feel free to lurk. But also, too, and this is something I actually talked to my dad, a friend who's a father, and like 2 other people who are fathers. Things I don't have to do, but I feel are necessary because I literally have experienced jealousy on my own, but I felt this was necessary. Since Mark is there with his father and his mentor, his mentor and his father are not biological brothers, but like blood brothers. They've been together for centuries. And so when his mentor shows him this ability he can do and says, like, this is what this ability is, and this is what I can do, and Mark is like, wow, that was awesome, you know, and his mentor's like, oh, you know, it's nothing, you know, just what vampires can do, this and this. His dad gets like kind of jealous and is like, I can do that too, I can do that faster, you know, I'm just as popular as him, but like I had to go into hiding because we had to take care of you because you're a Reaper. I would be a council member just like him, right? And he starts getting nervous. He starts getting like jealous, but that's the thing. He starts getting almost angry that Mark is like enthralled with Vlad, and then he does it, and then Mark's like, whoa, that was even faster than Vlad. That was cool. And so, like, yeah, it's those little moments. It's like, yeah, he wants to impress his son, but then, like, literally right after he does that, when Vlad is trying to turn it into a lesson, saying, okay, the reason I did this is because we need to get to our destination at the right time. So I demonstrated this because I want to see if Reapers have the capability of doing this. So let's see if you can do this. And then he's trying to explain to Mark this. And then Mark's like, oh, so it's kind of like cruise control. And then so his father's like, oh, that's one way to put it. So it's just like, you condescend me when you're jealous in the first place. I don't know. In mine, the main character's mentor and father figure dies early on. Later, she finds out he was actually her father, but kept it a secret. And my dad was sick since I was 15. He passed away a year ago. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. And like putting that grief in is super important for me. Ugh. Yeah, no, definitely. So with Virgil, he does die in this book. He dies. What's it called? He dies later in the book, and he dies. Mark arrives back home because he gets a letter that his hometown is that someone is under attack. So someone is being attacked. Someone's being held hostage. Someone's gonna die. And it's not the person. It's not his father. It's Abby. And so he goes back home, and when he gets home, on the couch, he finds his dad. His dad's missing his leg. He's missing his arm, and he's dying. And his mom just tells him, "Go upstairs, take a shower. Your dad will be down here when you get down here." And he just takes a long shower. He goes down there, and he has the last talk with his dad. And the only thing his dad wants to talk about was everything sorry. His like literally his Virgil just talks about like how sorry he is and how proud he is of Mark. And he literally just tells him, "Don't kill her. That girl who did this to me is an old friend of mine. Like, please." Like, and that's the thing too. And this is the same person who had earlier told Mark like killing is a necessity because like certain individuals, if you don't do that, then like they can come back to kill you. I forgot how he worded it or something, but yeah. So it's like, yeah, it's really painful. And Mark is such an emotional person too. So it's like it really puts him in a numbness. So yeah, for that, I used my grandparents had passed away, and they really raised me for a bit. My dad was a truck driver for when I was little, and my mom worked like 2-3 jobs, and so I was always at my grandparents for a bit. And so when they passed away, that I had never experienced anything like that. So I really put that like feeling into that, because like, you know, there's nothing quite like that. And it's funny too, because like for my grandfather and for my grandmother, I felt two different things. For one, I didn't feel anything until I felt everything. And for the other, I felt everything all at once. And like, yeah, grief is necessary, and grief is beautiful, man. What's it called? What is it? Grief is a shower that everyone needs. They just don't like to take it. And genuinely. But yeah, where I'm at right now, he just left with his father and his mentor, and they did the dialogue flags that you don't do, which is saying, we really haven't ran into anything while we've been out here. So they ran into something while they were out there. They ran into 2 mercenaries, which were actually two, I was gonna say reused assets. So Shadow, I don't know if you're the same as me. I have like 16 different like storybook ideas. Yeah, the past year for me has been the hardest for me in my life, if I'm being honest, but at the same time, I fully agree with you. Yeah. Here's what I'm gonna say. When it comes to people who are sick like that, one of the hardest things for me was seeing my grandparents like that, was seeing them in pain. And it hurt. It hurt a lot. And so when I think about them, I don't know what religion you are. I don't know if you're Christian. I don't know if you're Catholic. I don't know if you're Jewish, if you're Hellenist, or if you're what. But I like to. It makes me so much happier knowing that they're just like not suffering anymore, man. Like it hurts so bad because it made me so happy to spend time with them, but like he could, like, my grandfather could barely stand up. It hurt to stand up. I mean, like, I imagined it hurt to just sit there. And my grandmother died first, and I remember him saying, "My wife is dead, and I don't know what to do." And that hurt, man. Man, that hurt. And, you know, now, whether he's in Elysium, whether he's in heaven, whether he's in the field of golden reeds, at least he's not in pain anymore. And that alone brings me happiness. Because here's the thing, people alone, spiritual wee-woo shit. Nah, you're good. I like spiritual wee-woo shit. I'm there with you. I'm there with you. Don't worry. But like, yeah. Anytime you get that rock in your gut, and it gets like that kind of hard to breathe, and your heart starts racing, you freeze up. Just remember, just tell yourself that. Why am I feeling like this? Like, he's happy. He's good. He's happy. He's fine. Right? Like, he's good. Like, I don't have to worry. I don't have to, like, it's a load off. And I think that is what, and so in this book, the villain, his name is Death. And the big thing I wanted to do was his corruption was to give up on saving people, on saving humans in particular. And so he was going to be the exact reflection of the main character. And there was going to be a scene where there is a disaster occurring and they need to save people, and him and the main character meet up, and they actually, like, they don't know the other person is the other person, and they're saving people. And there's humans that need to be saved, and he's going to be like, why even save them? Like, they only care about themselves. They wouldn't save a non-human if they knew what it was. Like, why do so? Like, I've lived for hundreds of years. Like, yeah. And he has experienced so much grief and so much pain that his corruption caused him to give up on what he felt were callous people. But I think the most selfish thing anyone can do is just stop trying. You know? But yeah, it's you know, it's funny. So this scene that I'm writing, they meet these two mercenaries, and one of them, his name is Cade Petit. He's like his archetype is like he has like a French accent, smoking a cigarette, gruff, you know, a gunslinger. And I was like, I've been trying to get his like character down, and so I've been like looking up like different like French characters and like different things. And one thing that I actually watched yesterday was the movie, I don't know if anyone's watched this movie, but it's the movie called The Professional. Or it's called like Leon the Professional or whatever. It was a pretty good movie. I didn't like how much like groom or I don't know. The Natalie Portman's in that movie and she's like 12, and it's about like a hitman, and then a little girl's family gets killed by like DEA officers who are trying to like run drugs, and then so they kill the family, but then she gets taken in by like a hitman, and but then she like falls in love with the hitman, and so he doesn't really like reciprocate her feelings, but he doesn't give her a firm no either. So it's that kind of gave me the ick. Other than that, it was a pretty good movie. That kept nagging at me though. Other than that, he literally looks exactly how I thought Cade would look, which was super cool. Yeah, it's really good. It's really good. I actually really liked it. And he has like a French accent too. And the actor literally sounds exactly how like he literally just has a French accent. Like if you think French accent, that's literally how he sounds. But yeah. So but yeah, so like the dialogue that he uses is he'll say like they didn't tell us that, Ymir growled, then smiled excitedly. This is gonna be funner than you said. Can we start? This is gonna be funner than you said. Can you this is gonna be funner than you said. Can you start this? I'm gonna say smiled back at his partner. Excitedly, this is gonna be funner than you said. Can we start? Patience, mon ami. Cade's smile didn't reach his eyes, nor did he take his eyes off Virgil as he addressed Ymir. Our prey has been polite as to introduce themselves, nor like Temeraire, devil pyres. They have no patience, only noise. Let us introduce ourselves in turn. It would be impoli to not return the favor. Ymir sighed, then growled, plainly, whatever. But yeah, so the idea for Cade is like this cool, collected, mixing in a little bit of French when he kind of speaks, always taking a drag of a cigarette. He has a really cool like ability where he can kind of use his magic to put highlights on people, and then he shoots out of his gun, and his bullets track his highlights that he places. Yeah, because especially like, so here I'll play it in the background so you can kind of, oh my god, that's not what I meant to click. I'll play it in the background so you can kind of hear it. But there's this. This is probably unnecessary amount of like research I have to do, but I was looking at interviews with the actor that played Leon, so that I could hear a really good French accent. So this was his accent.
French actor Jean Reno. Leon is a unique and complex character. A brutal killer with the emotional core of a child.
How are you today?
An expert with a weapon, but painfully naive in his personal relationships. creating Leon would be one of the most challenging tasks of Reno's career. But his lifelong quest to master the craft of acting had prepared Reno perfectly for this remarkable...
This was the movie, by the way.
He may be French, but Jean Reno...
He may be French. This.
It is a lot of colors and smells and music, sounds. A little bit of Africa, a little bit of Spain.
See, I was listening to this interview, and so I was listening to this interview, and I was trying to hear this accent.
Spectacle of the street. People. You know? And also spending time just sat by your friend, you know. Next to your friend and just watching the street. And look, oh, this one's got a new shirt. And look, whoa, she's pretty, huh? Things like that, you know.
Because Morocco was at that time a French protectorate.
Myself as French at the beginning. No. It came after the military service I did in Germany. Because they had, at that time, French forces in Germany. That's the continuity of the Second War.
But in this interview and in like one or two other interviews, he actually like was using like certain like slang and like things that I hadn't heard before. So I had to like look it up, and I'm gonna be honest, I got like pretty good stuff. But him and then like two other French actors and like some other like characters, stuff like that, where I was like, cool, I can actually like develop like a really like cool like authentic French sounding like character. But like, yeah, stuff like that. So like there's a later on in the book, there's an organization called the Neymar Hunters, and they are what's the word? I was gonna say DEA. Yeah, they're DEA. Very diverse. And yeah, so like, I should do that for every single member. But no, I was just listening to his interviews, and I was like, man, this dude's French accent is like amazing. But then they were talking about that movie, and I was like, what movie is this? I want to watch this movie. And I watched the movie, and I was like, this is a good movie. Except for like the grooming like stuff. That stuff gross. All right. Ooh, so like this. So after Cade introduces himself, "Mark, be ready for anything," Virgil muttered to his son, who nodded. Cade could feel the desperation of the two elder vampires. The tension was like the air of an approaching storm. His expression remained unreadable. Cade didn't fear them. He weighed them. With the fluid grace of a man who had wandered his entire life, Cade gave a shallow, elegant bow. A duelist salute felt too cold-blooded for this wooded execution. Okay. Shadow, how dare you do your marital obligations? How dare you? How dare you have actual priorities on a Wednesday? On a Wednesday. Nah, you actually got shit on lock. I'm jelly. I hope you go to the post office and every post office person that you talk to actually looks like and acts like they want to be there and like their job. Because every time I've gone to the post office, every person there looks like they want to shoot me and themselves. I gotta leave before my fiance gets back. I told him I'd go today while he was at work. He gets home in literally 30 minutes. Bro, okay, it doesn't matter. You'd be like, yo, when you proposed, you said sickness or through health. You did not say if I didn't go to the post office. Okay? That was not in the deal. I get one pass on a Wednesday. Oh, as I just like headbutt my mic. Send them via Money Express? What the fuck does that mean? Pawnee? Okay, I'll be back. Alright, yo, maybe be back? Ideally? Okay. Well, hopefully you survive your trip. It was fun talking to you. Pray for you, the post office people spare you. Yeah, I hope that they don't accidentally ship you with all your wedding invites. Like, you know, in The Grinch, when the Grinch just like steals all the people's mail and just like commits all those felonies. I hope you don't do that. Now the internet's back. Let's go. Let's go. Misa dropped something. Whoopsies. Okay. Let's go. Cool. We're good. Okay. I'm getting a nice little gamer stretch in. Am I right? Am I right, gamers? Oh. If I get 5 gifted subs, I'll play Street Fighter 6 at 3:30. 33:42. Don't know how that'll work, but I'll go back in time. Could you imagine? For 50 gifted subs, I'll invent time travel. Let's go. I'm eating my breakfast right now. I'm eating chorizo and eggs. Chorizo. 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 Meow 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 meow. Yep 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 yo. Meow 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 meow. I really want to play like DMCA music, but I'm afraid. I'm afraid that they'll come after me. I said I'm afraid they'll come after me. Da, 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 da. The two elder vampires' eyes. The two elder vampires. The eyes of the two elder vampires widened further as oh my god. Well, this is why it's important to always read out loud. The eyes of the two elder vampires widened further in recognition of the notorious names. I don't like how that sounds. The eyes of the two elder vampires widened further in recognition of the notorious names. The eyes of the... I need to put two, because we already know that. The eyes of the elder vampires. Vampires widened further in recognition of... Okay. How about... The eyes of the elder vampires widened further in recognition due to the notorious name spout. No. Do stops the motion of the sentence. It really is like a stop sign. The eyes of the elder vampires widened further in recognition due to the... Yeah. The do. Recognition do. Yeah. It stops it. Stops the flow of the sentence. The eyes of the elder vampire widened further in recognition I mean, I don't need to say it's due to the names, right? Like, they said it's the names, and then they widened further and... I'm going to put brackets and put... I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to highlight it, because I am at a loss right there. I would need help. I would need help actively. I don't think I got help here right now. I don't think we got people. Where was I? Okay. Cage straightened. The light of peeking dawn caught the steel of his blade. In the hand holding the sunbane blade, he extended his arm. And a loud electric snap filled the area like a dry branch. Snapping. I really don't know if this is a good sentence. Is this how people talk? Okay, so the sentence is sometimes I'll do this. Sometimes I'll just make up a word, or I'll just like write out a sentence and I'm like, this is how my brain works, and then it's like, no, this is not how people write. That is how a toddler talks. So it's, in the hand holding the sunbane blade, he extended his arm and a loud electric snap filled the area. Like a dry branch snapping in several pieces. I realized the reason why it sounded weird was because I forgot a word. I thought it sounded more mysterious by just saying snapping in several. It sounded kind of cool. It snapped in several. But no, it just sounded bad because it was unfinished. It was unpolished. It just ended. A burst of violet-white light. Okay. Then, out of the air, him burst. Then, out of the air around him burst violet-white orbs, like frozen, fizzing fireworks. We are the light, Cade stated in Cade stated serious, and Ymir finished his proclamation. I should say it started. We are the light, Cade stated, Cade started, and we are the light, Cade started, and Ymir finished his proclamation, and the dark ushered by Angartha and death. Huh. Okay, so originally it was We Are the Light, Cade started, and Ymir finished his proclamation, and the dark ushered by death. It just hits harder when it's just by death. Vlad's gaze. Like a branch. a perfect example of exactly the kind of sentences I need to change. Okay, here we go. Paper just rolled off the table, try to run away from me, a little scamp. Vlad recognized this vacuum as some type of high-level enhancement magic and knew he had to warn his companion. Okay, what's wrong with this? Let's see. Okay, so Vlad recognized this vacuum as some type of high-level enhancement magic. I'm just telling the reader that he recognizes this vacuum as some type of high-level enhancement magic. Okay. How does he recognize it? How does he recognize this vacuum? First off, what vacuum? I've kind of described it a little bit, but not as a vacuum. So how is it a vacuum? How does he recognize the vacuum? And yeah, it just, this sentence can be literally way more dynamic. So yeah, there's just so much. It's a perfect representation of exactly the sentences that I want to change. Vlad's gaze hardened, not on the theatrical declaration, but on the subtle shift in the air. He watched as shadows near Cade began to slither past his arcane orbs, like a branch dragged through wet grass. That doesn't need a comma. Like a branch dragged through wet grass. The shadows and darkness receded toward Ymir. Vlad's eyes didn't watch Cade's light orbs. Instead, he watched the way the darkness bled from the tree lines, funneling into the seams of Ymir's visage like water down a drain. This unholy act alone seemed to chill the very air. I'm gonna have to get ready for some real gamer type in here in a second. Sorry, I got distracted with the feather. I'm putting the feather back, don't worry. Yo, what's up, Tim? I hope you're doing good. I hope you're having a good Wednesday. How I doing? I'm doing pretty good. I've been getting a lot of I'm getting a pretty decent amount of writing done. But yeah, I didn't want people to get bored, so I flooded my screen with like all of these images. Exclamation. But yeah, how are you doing, Tim? I don't know if I already asked you that. I never spell silhouette right. I always forget the H. Before Vlad could admit the final syllable, there should probably be a comma right there. The earth between them. The earth between them and the Mercs didn't just shake, it erupted. Ymir hadn't just stepped forward, he simply arrived. Ymir hadn't just stepped toward them. He simply arrived. His silhouette a jagged tear in the morning mist as he tore the ground asunder. Ymir ignored Vlad's exclamation, his focus singular, murderous point aimed directly around Mark's throat. The shadows and darkness he had absorbed seemed to propel him forward with a kinetic explosion of dark intent. Okay. The beginning of that paragraph seems pretty rough, so we're going to go through it again. Before Vlad could emit the final syllable, the earth between them didn't... before the earth between them and the Merc didn't just shake, it erupted. The earth between them... Okay. Before Vlad could emit the final syllable... Before Vlad could emit the final syllable of Virgil's name, the earth between them and the Merc seemed to shake, then erupt. Ymir hadn't just stepped towards them. He simply arrived. His silhouette was a jagged tear in the morning fog as he tore the ground asunder. Ymir ignored Vlad's exclamation. His focus was singular. Was a singular, murderous point aimed directly around Mark's throat. The shadows and darkness he had absorbed seemed to propel him forward with a kinetic explosion of dark intent. That sounds so much better. Sorry, I just got a text from my maintenance for the shack that I live in. Hungry Psyduck, you're like the only other person that I know that does the dude like that. I'm sorry that work sucks. Hopefully he gets better. So this is kind of, okay, I have a thing called fuck you sentences, okay? And so what a fuck you sentence is it's a sentence that basically means, like, it's a sentence that's really good. And when you, it's a sentence that comes, like, right before or after another sentence, and is so good that it's so good that when you read it, you just have to say fuck you to the author, right? Like, you're just like, man, that was good. Like, you did a good. And so this sentence that I did, I left it on its own because I wanted the reader to read it and go, I see what you did there. So, it's a joke. It's a joke that I set up in my book. During a fight scene, you're welcome. Here's the joke. Ymir ignored Vlad's exclamation, his focus on a singular murderous point aimed directly around Mark's throat. The shadows and darkness he had absorbed seemed to propel him forward with a kinetic explosion of dark intent. He never reached his mark. But I have it capitalized as a proper noun, so I mean like Mark as in the main character, but I mean he never reached his mark as in like, because he's a mercenary and they code like your contracts, your marks, because his dad is going to stop him. You get it? Because it's like, it has like double meaning, so people are going to read it and be like, oh my god, it's funny because like it's two meanings. And why is it all the way down there? Why is it all the way down there? That was weird. That was such a weird. That was weird for everyone. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, everyone. Genuinely, I didn't think that, that would make us all uncomfortable, but it did. Genuinely did. It made us all uncomfortable. I'm genuinely sorry for that. If I could, I'd end stream. Jeez. Man, I just don't even know what to say. I'm sorry, Hungry Zedek. Yep, that's right. Tap, tap, tap. Make sure to tap that like button. Make sure to tap that subscribe button. Make sure to tap that follow. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing with my life. Virgil didn't meet the blow with a block. Okay. Now I gotta make sure this paragraph makes sense. Okay. Virgil moved with the fluid, terrifying economy of motion that defied the heavy atmosphere of the woods. Oh, that was... I also forgot. And his slender frame. He didn't just step into the path. He didn't just step into the Merc's path. He intercepted the trajectory of Ymir's lunge with the precision of a master combatant. As Ymir's fist Ymir's fist With a loud clap, Ymir's fist was clenched in Virgil's hand. And Virgil's, I would say, bone pale. Now bone pale hand. With a loud clap, Ymir's fist was clenched in Virgil's now bone-pale hand, tipped with obsidian black talon-like claws. There's another word for bone-pale, right? I like bone pale because it sounds kind of poetic, but I feel like there's another word for bone pale. I guess I could use like chalky, right? Pallid. No, I don't like pallid. I like bone pale. Bone pale sounds pretty sick. Sounds pretty epic. One cup of cream. Okay. Virgil didn't meet the blow with the block. he met it with a parry so sharp it sounded like a whip cracking. With the same momentum, Virgil's other palm slammed into Ymir's solar plexus. Okay. Struggled. Okay. The impact was localized and sickeningly loud. There was no massive shockwave, just the sound of Ymir's breath being forced out of his lungs in a violent, wheezing gasp. Ymir stumbled back, his boots churning the mulch of the forest floor as he struggled to find his footing. His eyes were just pits of negative space that bulged in genuine, naked shock. He had hunted their kind across continents, but the force of that strike had bypassed the density of his shadow-reinforced skin. So he smiled. Meow, meow, meow. How many pages do I got left? Let us see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got 5 pages left in this notebook. Goddamn. Meow, meow. Wait, wait, wait. Bro, it's so weird that it's my birthday tomorrow. So strange. Oh, I should probably be advertising that, huh? It's my birthday tomorrow. I should be excited. Yippee. I may do a stream tonight for my birthday, I guess. I might do one tomorrow too, I guess. Might do 2 tomorrow. I don't know. That stuff's cool and all, but I don't really care too much. Sorry, I'm trying to get a new page, and so I have to rip some of this. So. God, give me my paper. Please. Please just give me my paper. How would? Okay. You guys ever feel like meow meow meow, you know? But like not meow meow, but like meow meow. All right, guys, I'm starting to feel out of it. I need a little pick me up. Hold on. I need to pick me up. I'm gonna put this here, and nobody is gonna ask any questions. It's going to be Ben's egg. And since no one is in chat right now, nobody's gonna have any questions what this is. But this is gonna be Ben's egg. Ben has an egg. No one's gonna know what this is. Except for me. Oh. Meow, 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 meow. This is what happens when I have no one in chat. I'm just making little funny pictures. Oh, could you not hear me before? Hello? Oh, could you not hear me before? Weird. Huh. Interesting. Oh, because your AC system is loud. Okay, I thought it was like... I thought that like I had muted my stream and that I was just been talking to no... Like, that my stream was just muted for forever. I was like, oh, cool. But yeah, Tim, I hope you're doing good. Hope everything's... Hope you're doing real good. Oh yeah, no, that's fair. I hope your day's doing good though. A new dentist? That sounds atrocious. Finding any kind of new healthcare at all is horrible. Brr, 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 brr. Virgil stood his ground, his transformation complete. The black sclera of his eyes caught the dim light. His lips parted in a sly smile, revealing the predatory gleam of his fangs. His amusement outweighed his anger. Okay. Just barely outweighed his anger. Virgil said, his voice a little melodic threat. You're impatient, Virgil said, his voice a low melodic threat, and far too predictable. I'm gonna have him say and way too predictable. Virgil's not that formal. And in that case, let's have him say, and easy to read. Plus, he hits softer than my wife. Ugh, again, another... I always use this word. What's another word for gawked? I know there's like goggle and like ogle and gape and it's just gawk is so easy. Gawked with a negative connotation. I'm gonna say glimpsed, because then it feels almost as if he saw something he shouldn't have, right? Mark glimpsed at his father's vampiric form. So, next paragraph. Mark glimpsed at his father's vampiric form, having never seen him in such a state. It made him uneasy in a way he had never expected. The Reaper also was neglected the privilege. That did not sound right. The Reaper was... The Reaper had been neglected the privilege of viewing, of witnessing, maybe, of witnessing his father in battle. An honor he was now bestowed. He took careful steps back as his father took his place between his son and Ymir, while Vladimir and Cade glared at each other. Johnny's speed paled in comparison to Ymir, something that frightened Mark.
How interesting.
Okay. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Okay. How can I word this? I'm gonna finish this. I'm gonna edit this first, and then I will. Okay. Seeing his father's true vampiric form felt unnatural and unsettled the young Reaper. It didn't feel right. It made his heart heavy to see his father this way. In fact, it caused him to back away cautiously. Vlad's transformation nor Abby's had caused such a visceral reaction. He wondered why his father's had. Perhaps it was because he always saw his father as anything but human, and now he had seen proof. Then it hit him. Okay. Okay. Okay, so I'm trying. Okay, then it hit him. So what I'm gonna try to say is that the reason why Mark is feeling this way is because he has past trauma with his father, right? So he has never seen his father in this state where he is a true vampiric form, pale, black eyes, fangs, everything. Mark has been abused by his father, both verbally and physically. Particularly physically, he has been hit by his father. So he doesn't understand why, when his father transforms into a monster, he feels scared of him. It's because he's been physically abused by him. And it hits him that, oh, I'm afraid I'm next. So I'm trying to put that into words because this is an experience I experienced as a kid. Not by seeing my dad turn into a vampire. I swear I'm not a vampire. I would never say anything like that. Of course, I'm not a vampire. That's nothing. That's never not a vampire. I would be a vampire VTuber if I was a vampire. That's crazy. But trying to say something like that is difficult because you want it to be punchy. You want it because you want it to hit the reader the same way it hits the protagonist, right? So you want it. And then it hit him. How does it hit him? I guess the line of dialogue that is kind of wriggling around in my head is did my father hold back when he hit me, right? Because you have to hold back when you hit a human if you're not non-human. And so that is the question. Oop, I'm gonna sneeze. Sorry, couldn't be in the mic in time. Okay. Let's see how all this sounds together, and we'll see if we like it, or if it feels like a departure. Mark glimpsed his father's vampiric form. Having never seen him in such a state, it made him uneasy. In a way he had never expected. The Reaper had been neglected the privilege of witnessing his father in battle, an honor he was now bestowed. He froze as his father took his place between his son and Ymir, while Vladimir and Cade glared at each other. Johnny's speed paled in comparison to Ymir, something that frightened Mark. Seeing his father in his true vampiric form felt unnatural and unsettled the young Reaper. It didn't feel right. It made his heart heavy to see his father that way. In fact, it caused him to back away cautiously. Vlad's transformation, nor Abby's, had caused such a visceral reaction. He wondered why his father's had. Perhaps it was because he always saw his father as anything but human, and now he had seen proof. Then it hit him in the form of a single thought. So he held back when he hit me, was all that rattled in the Reaper's mind. He scolded himself for the inappropriate timing, but the thought lingered. I didn't know I was still scared of him. Okay. Should I get cookie or pie? Pie. It depends what kind of pie, but pie. I'm saying pie. I haven't had pie in forever. I will never know what kind of pie. For as long as I live, I will forever never know meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Meow 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. I hope everyone's doing good. Hope everyone's having a good... what do you say? Wednesday? Oh yeah, it's like literally on my stream. It's literally right there. Oh, no, it's not. That's not. I got rid of it. Forgot I got rid of it. Fuck. I'm so stupid. People are gonna think I'm dumb. I thought a Elton John song was playing for a second. My headphone wasn't all the way. I didn't hear it correctly. Meow, meow. 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 Meow, 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 meow. I'm trying to find if I refer to this as a machete or a short sword. Yabba dabba dabba, yabba dabba dabba. Meow, 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 meow. Every time I get a spike of like 10 people in here, I'm gonna add a new little like graphic. Hold on. I love adding these new graphics because like nobody else knows what they are for. Like these are literally just for me. We're gonna add Batman. And because he's Batman, he's gonna be up here. Next time we get to 7 viewers, I'll add the Batman emote close up. And remember, guys, if I get 5 gifted subs, I'll invent time travel. Everybody who hears that and does not gift subs doesn't want time travel. Just saying. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. I realized that my mic was really... Oh, excuse me. Oh my goodness. Goodness gracious. Okay. Cade and Vladimir... Cade and Vladimir clashed. Cade's son Bane blade against Vlad's steel daggers. In a flash of sparks, the vampire slid the sharp end of his blade against the edge of his opponent's, continuing upward and attempting to slash at the hand of the mercenary's armed. Attempting to slash at his hand and up at the mercenary's arm. Cade tucked in his elbow and met Vlad's blade with his, throwing his strike off course, flipping his blade on its side abruptly, oil flinging towards Vlad's face. The vampire doubled back, lacquers landing on his cheek, nearly blistering before he wiped off his sleeve.
Before he wiped off his sleeve.
Cade utilized Vlad's momentary distraction and lunged with his blade, kicked at his head, aimed his revolver, and shot at the vampire. The pain of the lacquer had nearly taken the breath from Vlad's lungs. He slammed the side of his dagger on Cade's blade and forced it away before he could barely protect his head from the heavy kick. Next, Okay. Oh. Okay. Alright, there's so many... why this? Oh, we got 6 people? I did say if we had 6 people, I would put the Batman thing. I guess that takes precedent, right? That's more important than the thing. Where can I even fit this? How big is it? Oh my god, that's huge. Sorry for the jump scare, guys. I guess I can put him up here. 6 viewers means Batman. I guess I can put him up here. No. But yeah, I'll put him right here. Yeah, I'll put him right there. That's good. That's like a perfect spot for people to forget that he's there. I love how this song is just him fucking roasting Hinata. My god. I spelled barely with a C and you don't think, oh, maybe he meant barely, not carely. Alright, this flew yards away. Alright. Cade utilized Vlad's momentary distraction and lunged with his blade, kicked at his head, aimed his revolver, and shot at the vampire. The pain of the lacquer had nearly taken the breath from Vlad's lungs. He slammed the side of the dagger on Cade's blade and forced it away before he barely managed to protect his head from the heavy kick. Next, the revolver shot whizzed by his head. The explosion from within the barrel sent a ringing in Vlad's ears. The bullet flew yards away, circling and made its way back to Vlad, who slashed at the magical ammunition with his blade, causing the bullet to explode like a firework. Because, baby, you are a firework. Because, baby, you are a firework. You are a firework. Yes. Oh, we're doing the Bane? Bane from Batman, where he's just like, yes, indeed. Yo, I have no one in chat to appreciate this amazing impression, but that's fine. Why has the music stopped? Perhaps it was the Batman. Yes, indeed. That's the only logical explanation. Yes. I want an ice cream sandwich, but not the abomination that I saw earlier. I want a nice one, a good one, a tasty one, a tasty, hearty one, a good one. Now, you know what, I'm good. Actually good. I don't really feel like an ice cream sandwich right now. I actually haven't eaten anything all day. I have my food right here next to me, but I'm not actually quite hungry, if you know, I'm actually not. Why am I still doing the Bane voice? What am I doing? What the fuck am I doing with my life? Okay. Is it because, baby, you're a firework? Come on, let your colors burst. Because, baby, you're a firework. All I'm seeing is star, which I could... I mean... Why is this still highlighted? Take it away before he barely... Okay. But damn, oh, my Spotify just died. Fuck. Here, I'll sing until my Spotify comes back on. Better, better, da-da, da-da-da-da-da-da. Da 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 do da dee do do bebop do be doop bebop boop 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 beep boop do bop bebop boop beep boop bop beep boop beep boop bop. I think that's Unravel from Tokyo Ghoul. Okay. Where's my Spotify? Hurry up. I want to listen to music in the background. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Meow, 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 meow. I guess I can try this. Man, I gotta do a stretch. Oh. I really gotta put my pop filter on the opposite side. I always bump it. Bump it, bump it. Alright. Da 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 da. Meow 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 meow. Do 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 bow 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 bow. I'm trying to get my music back up. So, I'm sorry for everyone watching. I want to formally apologize. I'm sorry. Vlad attempted to catch his breath as the magical munition evaporated with a crackle. Cade did the same. Unfortunately, their momentary reprieve was cut short by a tectonic scream. I am not a robot. Oh my god. The very ground beneath them fractured, spewing wild geysers of darkness and shadow. The very air, hot and suffocating. The earth had been forced apart by a single and well-placed swing of Ymir's arcane wallop. There we go. Now we back. Now we're back. Meow, 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 meow. Let me make sure I'm using wallop in the right way. Okay, good. I am using it correctly. Okay, Cade and Vlad backed away as ground pulse. Then astonishment in captivation. Okay. Da-da-da-da. Okay, made of wisping shadows. Kate and Vlad backed away as the ground pulsated, then shattered like glass, the mixture of mulch and stone steaming in the boiling shadows. Vlad's eyes widened in both astonishment and captivation as his gaze darted from the molten arcane ground to the hulking man who had created it. Instead, Ymir vanished, his body evaporating as if it were made from smog, and someone blew him out like a birthday candle. Then, Vlad's eyes caught something in the trees, a perched, clawed, horned, and snarl-mouthed gargoyle made of wisping shadows. It sat perched on a tree directly above Vlad. For how long? Vlad didn't know, nor would it matter. I forgot that I wasn't on camera, and I just have been doing dumb shit. I'm gonna be completely honest. I've just been doing dumb shit, because I completely forgot that I wasn't on camera. Oh my god, I'm such a bad streamer. We're good. We're on the last page. We're pulling out of the fucking driveway. Broccoli Kicks from twitch.tv/Broccoli Kicks has arrived. Hey, Broccoli, you weren't supposed to tell anyone about those. You weren't supposed to tell anyone about those. Oh my god, guys. Broccoli Kicks is just subscribed right now. Thank you so much for subscribing, Broccoli. I'm so sorry that you have to put up with me for another month. But thanks. Thank you. Meow. Meow. If you're wondering what this screen was, every time I reach like a peak of 7 or 10 viewers, I would add another PNG to the screen to distract myself. And so I've just been adding PNGs to the screen every single time. And so this is what this beautiful assortment of PNGs are that I've created. So I hope you enjoy. Yeah. Yeah. I got little Ben in the chair with his egg in that corner, which I like. Actually, that Ben with his egg might be like a permanent thing. I like that. I like Ben with his egg in the little chair. I actually like that quite a bit. And then I could do this too, where I just like, I can like give him a microphone, so it's like the Joe Rogan podcast. Like he's on the Joe Rogan Experience, you know? Joe Rogan Experience with Ben and his egg. But yeah, no, this is Tokugaron with his mic. He got really dressed up for this stream. He also has a cigarette. But you really didn't miss much. I had a chatter in earlier. We were talking about loss, how to get over grief. I had said something really profound. I think I said something along the lines of, grief is a blanket we all have to wear, but some people don't want to, I think is what I said. All right, I think I said something along those lines. I got really deep for a second. Very unlike my streams. I got very deep. I started talking about how to get over grief when you start feeling it, because I started relating to someone because you're talking about how their parent died, and I was like, yeah, you know, my grandparents died a couple years ago, and that like they were really close to me, and so I talked about how like every time I remembered that they died, I would just kind of like be like, oh my gosh, they're just like in so much better place and that kind of thing. But I know how to be overly optimistic. I know how to force myself how to be overly optimistic. I think that's called masking. But the typing sounds are basically someone came in earlier and said that the typing sounds are like when you eat a mouthful of Captain Crunch, and I actually really like that. I hope that's what it feels like. It's just like a little typing sound, just little brain ticklers. I hope I'm tickling your brain, Broccoli. Yeah, there was this part that I was writing. So the main character, Mark, he sees his father, Virgil, as a vampire for the first time. And it's kind of hard for him because his father has been verbally and physically abusive for a while, or for like his entire life. He's also not his biological son. So there's a lot of complicated feelings. And so he sees him transform into a vampire for the first time and defend him. And he it's the way that I wrote it was Mark glimpsed his father's vampiric form, having never seen him in such a state. It made him uneasy in a way he never expected. The Reaper had been neglected the privilege of witnessing his father in battle, an honor he was now bestowed. He froze as his father took his place between his son and Ymir, while Vladimir and Cade glared at each other. Johnny's speed paled in comparison to Ymir, something that frightened Mark. Okay. Seeing his father in his true vampiric form felt unnatural and unsettled the young Reaper. It didn't feel right and made his heart heavy to see his father this way. In fact, it caused him to back away cautiously. Vlad's transformation nor Abby's had caused such a visceral reaction. He wondered why his father's had. Perhaps it was because he always saw his father as anything but human, and now he had seen proof. Then it hit him in the form of a single thought. So he held back when he hit me, was all that rattled the Reaper's mind. He scolded himself for the inappropriate timing, but the thought lingered. I didn't know I was still scared of him. So, yeah, that's kind of what kind of goes through Mark's mind. Someone who was bullied, someone who was sheepish, someone who was timid, someone who is technically a chosen one type, who doesn't want it, who told himself he did until he is given that. And when you see your father in that kind of position of power, sometimes you're given a reaction you don't exactly expect. And for Mark, when he sees his father defend him, instead of being like, wow, my father's defending me, he must really care. Instead, his first thought is, when he hit me, he held back. And that shocked him. And he realized, I'm not scared of the guy who tried to kill me. I'm more scared of my dad. Because I've been hit by my dad before. And I know that hurts. And sorry for trauma dumping, but I've been in this situation where I was verbally and physically abused by my dad. LOL, it made me more funny. Having had my dad defend me before to another parent, both verbally and physically, my thought when he did that was not, I'm happy my dad stood up for me. I was scared. I was scared of my dad. Because I saw him not hold back. And it made me realize that my dad held back. Which psychologically opened up a lot of things in my mind at that moment, which was, oh my god, my dad held back. When my dad hit me, he held back. My dad, wow. it did a lot. Yeah, and psychologically, especially with this, it's complicated. Familial relationships are complicated. And it's okay, Broccoli. It is what it is. It is what it is. Me and my dad have a good relationship now. Me and my dad have, like, squashed it and everything. We've talked about it. When him and my mom got divorced, that was, like, a really hard time for him. And I kind of told him, like, hey, you're going to change or I'm going to go with mom. And you're never going to see me again. And you're not going to have anyone. And he really took that to heart. And he said that he was going to change. And I kind of... it took a lot. It took me to be an adult to tell him that. And he did it. Genuinely. And, yeah. And... from that on, he kind of just saw me as an adult from then on, and he stopped trying to, like, live vicariously through me, tried to stop, like, trying to make me a jock and trying to be that kind of thing. And we were good up until, like, I started, until I graduated, started working. He tried to get money out of me, and then my sister kind of called him out on it, and then I went to go move with my sister and stuff. But that was other drama. But we kind of have addressed the elephant in the room of the abuse and stuff, which is, like, not things families like to do, but I am that person, and I'm like, hey, I'm going to address this because I need to address my trauma. I don't care if you don't want to address yours. I need to address mine, and you are that person who instigated my trauma. I have to live with this trauma that you caused me. I'm sorry that you don't like that, but I have to live with it. So we're going to address it. We're going to talk about it. And so, yeah, you're my father. I have to live with you in my life. And so let's talk about it. And so we've had that talk, and he's expressed his reasoning behind it, which I don't think I don't think there should be a reason behind it. But yeah. And so we've moved forward and everything. I forgive him to the extent I can forgive him, but there will always be like a barrier between us because of that. Like I think like the best way I can describe it, his name in my phone will probably always be father instead of dad. Right? Like I think that's like the best way I can describe it. I love him. And I can like sit and I can talk to him. We can talk about Star Wars and Star Trek. I love him. But like yeah. On the flip side, anytime I talk or I hear myself sound like him, I cringe and it hurts. And anytime I feel or I see any correlations to him, I don't like it. But he has amazing qualities. He's a very intelligent person, that kind of thing. But it's because of the bad things that he's done that I don't want to be compared to him. And I tried to correlate that in this writing with Mark and his father. His father is not perfect, not at all. His father is an asshole. His father is kind of a piece of shit. And but he tries to be better. And that is the point. That is what family is. Family isn't perfect. Family is never going to be perfect, and nor is any relationship going to be. But I think in any of my writing, the number one thing I want to get across is the worst thing you can do is quit, is to give up, is to fail someone. But as long as you keep trying earnestly, I think that is beautiful. Yeah, I don't know. It's sad. Mark's father in this book does die. A little bit of a spoiler. But it's part of his arc. He doesn't get that closure of his father apologizing for everything he's done to Mark. And that's good for Mark because he doesn't need it. Mark is kind enough not to need it. I needed it. Mark doesn't need it. Because, yeah. But yeah, so it's a different kind of like story to tell, especially with Mark's arc with his father, like with him and his father and his mentor being like not a biological brother but a blood brother with his father, and basically his mentor being a secondary father, being able to learn so much about his father through his mentor, and then the bittersweetness of his father dying and basically being like, I want to learn like all about you, but then his father dying and basically getting that like, I'll never get to know all about you now that you've died, but he can still learn through other people who are still alive, which is something that happens when people die, is that like you realize when someone dies, there's so much I wanted to learn about this person that I just never took the time to ask. Yeah. Like, you know, you don't ask your parents, yo, mom, what's your favorite color? Or like, yo, mom, like, when you were bored as a kid, what did you do? Like, I don't know, like, what's, like, I don't know, like, getting, knowing little things like that, little questions like that. You ask stuff like that to like very personal friends, but I always like to like blindside family members and like family and just ask them like a very personal question out of the blue and be like, hey, we're family. You can't get mad at me. We're family. We're family. We're family. It's your job. It's your job to put up with me. We're family. But it's also their job to completely ghost me. They can completely ghost me, 100%. Or, like, I'll message them something like that and be like, hey, I have this, like, really random question. And then my sister will just message me and be like, is everything okay? Are you okay? Are you depressed? Is everything okay? Or my sister will just text back and be like, I'm high right now, not right now. Because, like, I remember I messaged my sister because, like, I got into a lot of my music, what's it called, from her. Because, like, she was really into, like, Blink-182 and everything. And I was like, Where did you like who showed you your music? Because like it wasn't dad and stuff. And so I remember asking her, and then her response was just like, dude, I'm too high for this right now. I will text you tomorrow morning. Yeah, I don't know. Anytime I think about family, I always like to text family because it's just like, hey, I'm thinking about you. I always like to let people know I'm thinking about them. Of course, not like spam texting, but like just here and there. It's just a single text. It's just me saying hi. It's just me being like, hi. Hi, how are ya? Every time my family gets a message from me, they're just like, oh god, it's him again. Okay. It's always me just like fat fingering like words. Like all of these errors. Ymir rematerialized in place of the gargoyles with a branch-shattering dash. Okay, oh, hold on. There needs to be a comma there. Ymir rematerialized in place of the gargoyles, and with a comma, and with a branch-shattering dash, he was at Vlad with a fist cocked. Vladimir's eyes narrowed, and he silently accepted a change in opponent. He sidestepped out of the way of Ymir's strike, and Virgil closed the gap between himself, Vlad, and the rampaging Merc. Before Virgil could reach Ymir, a shot... Okay, that should be a comma right there. A shot from Cade's revolver stopped him in his tracks. he smacked the bullet out of the air with his nails and slid to a stop. The vampire's nails cut through it as if it were made of gelatin, the arcane shot splitting into two orbs before bursting into colorful sparks and leaving the vampire's claws blacker with scorch. I'll say darker. Cool. I could have swore I was on the last page, and now there's 2 more pages have appeared. Alright, fans, we're gonna do a speed run. Okay. All these words are misspelled because I can't type worth shit. Mark peered down and saw a shadow had coalesced into a pool of bubbling darkness. Out of it, three small, shadowy, demonic creatures with wide eyes and ram-like horns crawled out of the boiling concoction beneath the Reaper. Like mischievous imps, they crawled up his legs and the shadows spread, weighing the Reaper down like sandbags being applied to him. Even Mark's strength couldn't force his legs out of the darkness as soon as they began to fall asleep. And soon, they began to fall asleep with pins and needles. His heart raced, was erased. Raced with anxiety as he tried to blast the shadow demons off, but they just cooed in response. Moved faster. That was a long, paragraph. Okay, transferring, rehearsed, Vergels. Beautiful. Okay. Virgil wrote back his arm and elongated. Alright guys, we're on the last page of this notebook. Oh my god, I've been streaming for 4.5 hours? Jesus! Oh my god! I don't feel like it. It feels like I've been streaming just an hour. 'Cause I got all of you guys in my heart. God. Fuck. Fine. I look at the last message Broccoli sent, which was like at fucking 6 o'clock. And it motivates me. It says, gotcha. She got me. If twitch.tv @BroccoliKicks got me, I got this. You know, anytime I write like fight scenes, I always get scared that I'm like over directing the fight scene because I always like want to like be right there in the action, right? I always want to like direct the fight scene, but then I always get scared that I'm like doing too much. But like I always don't want to do like not enough. Like there's always the thing where it's like I don't want to put the two men exchanged blows, right? When I could say one man threw a right hook while the other man countered with a blow to his gut, right? Well, some people are like, no, like, I don't know. I guess like it determines the context. The context determines if you need to or not. But I really like directing action. Of being like, you know, Cade and Vladimir clashed. Cade's Sunbane blade against Vlad's steel daggers. In a flash of sparks, the vampire slid the sharp end of his blade along the edge of his opponent's, continuing upward and attempting to slash at his hand and up at the mercenary's arm. Right? Because, like, originally that dialogue was... Okay. Originally was Cade and Vladimir clashed. Cade's Sunbane blade against Vlad's steel daggers. In a flash of sparks, the two went against each other. And then I put, like, in parentheses, describe in more detail. So, like, literally, that's what I mean. So, like, and then I also added, Cade tucked his elbow in and met Vlad's blade with his, throwing his strike off course, flipping his blade to his side abruptly, oil flinging towards Vlad's blade. So, like, I also added the drama, since there's, like, this lacquer that burns vampires, since it's made with enchanted oil. It, like, he flips his blade to, like, fling the oil into Vlad's face. So, like, that little bit. I don't know. There's all of that, but, like, yeah, I don't know. When does it become too much? I guess, like, does it ever get exhausting? I always love it because I'm just like, oh, next, I want more. And it's like, I don't know. Yeah, because, like, the last sentence was, the paragraph was, with a metal ring, he deflected the vampire's claws with his Sunbane's blade, using the sharp of the blade to cut into Virgil's thigh, as though he directed the strike away from his body with a grunt. No, as he directed the strike away with his body with a grunt. That's bow, not thigh. Virgil gasped as though his soul had left his body. It had been a long time since he felt the burn of the Sunbane's touch. It had been a long time since he felt the inferno, the Sunbane. Was feared for. There we go. Much better. I say thief? Why would I say thief? Listen, Misa no understand. Misa no understand. We're doing this. Trembled in shock. I'm trembling in shock right now. I'm trembling in my little booties. How did I misspell distraction? So bad. Meow, 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 meow. shawl? Alright. I feel like I need more unravel. What? I'm just pressing play. Why is it taking me to the artist? Okay. 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 All right, guys. Well, that was a fun 5-hour long stream. I'm going to raid Esper. If you guys want to stick around and give 5 viewers to Esper, that would be awesome. She's really cool. She's playing some Fire Emblem. Yeah, I really like her model, and I love watching her streams. So if you guys want to see what Esper's all about, I really recommend going to see Esper. She has really cool emotes as well. But yeah, thanks for everyone who stopped by. You're all like really awesome and stuff. But yeah. Yeah.